Testing one, two. Don't act as if you don't need it. Shoot me. Testing one, two. Testing one, two. Can I minister to you? This is not a show. This is an experience. Testing one, two. Testing one, two.
They're going to come to us at... They're literally going to come to us at like 12:30. Untangled. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And this goes in there.
Yeah. So we're just trying to untangle
There we
the
go.
1 2 1 2 1 2. Happy 1 2 1 2 1 2. What do you sound happy? 1 2 1 2.
How are you, buddy? You're right. It's a nice jacket you got on. I'm well, thanks, man.
Para kamu, udah rapat dari ini ama opera itu, mulai.
Tadi. What up, dogs? What up, homies? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes, what's up? Yes.
2 minutes, okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, cool.
Muchas gracias. This bus thing is
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. May you kindly take your seats. And you can imagine that on 73 occasions, John Shoes Moshoeu would have been able to stand in front of a crowd and proudly sing that national anthem, proudly wearing that South African jersey, that Bafana Bafana jersey. As an official welcome, ladies and gentlemen, let me open up the podium and call upon stage the MMC for Sport of the city of Johannesburg, Mr. Chris Vondo, to come through and give us an opening, please. Chris Vondo.
Program Director, Honorable Premier of Gauteng, Mr. David Makura in absentia, Honorable Minister of Sport and Recreation, Minister Fikile Mbalula, MEC, Mayor Mulibatsi Bupape, family members and friends of Shoes Moshoeu, President of SAFA, Dr. Denny Jordan, former President, Mr. Ali Barker, Chairperson of the Professional Soccer League, legends and teammates of Shoes Moshoeu, who were part of the 1996 AFCON champions, representative of the Glenseberg, Kokalispo, Fenebaki, Kaizer Chiefs, Amazulu, and Alexander United Football Clubs, representatives of other sporting fraternity, leaders of faith-based, thank you for holding the fort in praying for our country during the difficult times over the past 2 weeks of the unfortunate incidents that have ravaged our country. We are grateful on the leadership and guidance you have provided for this country, for calling upon the citizens of this country to join hands, not only in condemning the incident of the xenophobic attacks, but to ensure that you pray for us, you pray for this nation, you pray for this country. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the media, the youth of South Africa has lost an exemplary mentor, legend and ambassador. It is often said that death is a thief. The departure of Shoes indeed confirms that. It is not our prerogative to negotiate and bargain with the giver of life that takes this one and leave that one. Hence, we are always saddened when those who are dear to us depart from us. Once more, the Gauteng City region of Gauteng Provincial Government, which is a home of champions, and the people of our province, join the whole country and the teams he played for in mourning an ambassador, a gentleman, and a legend. Gauteng City region wishes to convey its sympathy and condolences to his children, his spouse, his mother, and the whole Moshoeu family. Psalms 23 verse 1 to 3 says, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in path and righteousness for his name's sake." Matthew 5 verse 8 says, ho letlohonolo ba pelo di tlhwekileng hobaneng ba tla bona modimo a modimo a letlohonolo fatshe. It is my pleasure to welcome all of you to this somber moment. Let's celebrate and reflect on the life of John Shoes Moshoeu. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vondo. And I would also urge everybody to feel free to clap when somebody comes up to pay their respects, to pay their devotion, because it is not an easy moment, it's not an easy time, and they need to feel the support coming through from you. As we did at the football venues all around the country, whenever he was in possession of the ball. And I think we just need to remember that in the back of our minds. I actually want to hear from the fans how we would mention his name when the ball came to him. We would say what? No, that sounds like you guys haven't actually gotten into the stadium yet. You guys would say what? That sounds more like it. We will enjoy, we will celebrate, but at the same time feel the sadness that the family is going through as they sit right in front, waiting for acknowledgement, waiting for every speaker to come through and tell us why we all love this man. Ladies and gentlemen, let's show you a few inserts there of the legend himself before we go to the opening devotion. And I'll ask as well Dean Trevor Sibande to be on standby so that as soon as we're done with the visual, we'll be able to get straight into the opening devotion and then the reading of the obituary. So please, let's reflect on the legend.
And there's John Shoes Moshoeu. I did say it might take a touch of magic from the midfield genius, and we got exactly that.
Moshoeu scores against Condolence.
Being away from home, your family, your friends, your fans, your peers, where you're more comfortable, and venturing into the unknown. But because of my strong will, I said to myself, bring it on. And I went to Tech in '93, and for the mere fact that I spent 10 years, that says it all. Played for Fenerbahce, one of the top sides like Pirates or Chiefs here at home. And I remember we played against Parma. It's an Italian side, one of the games that I enjoyed. And Chipa Masinga, one of our top strikers, he was watching that game. And he said to me that the teammates at his club at Bari, they really appreciated the way I played. And it was on its own, it was a blessing and a compliment.
I just want to say to the people back home that in this world there are two kinds of people. Those who want to be somebody and those who want to accomplish things. And I so hope that as South Africans, we are the ones who want to accomplish things. And let's go out there and take the cup back home.
John Shoes Moshoeu at 37. Would you believe it?
To me, it's just a number, like they always say. And I always tell people that I'm not a dairy product. I don't have an expiry date, and I'll play as long as I can. That's how I always wanted to be remembered, as a success story.
Thank you.
I am what I am because I am. I'd want you to remember those words, and at some point I'd want you to repeat them. I am what I am because I am. Let's try that again. I am. Those are the words that mark this great legend, ladies and gentlemen. If you're not able to get hold of him on his phone, you would get hold of that voicemail. It's a loaded statement, but it's also a statement that says if you leave your country and you go to foreign lands like Turkey, very difficult to navigate, but he was strong. He outlived his stay in Turkey to such an extent that you come back home and you play for a big team again, like Kaizer Chiefs, is testimony to who this man is and what he stood for. I tried to find from Wikipedia the meaning of shoes, because I'm sure it seems a bit of a funny situation to a lot of people that why shoes? And he did say that these shoes could dance. Now Wikipedia will describe shoes or a shoe as an item of footwear that is intended to protect and comfort the foot while doing various activities. Shoes are also an item of decoration. So key words there is various activities, and I think if you were a defender, those various activities would still ring in your mind right now, because he would dribble you. If you try to stop him, he will give you a proper shibobo. Those were the various activities that those shoes protected. And as an item of decoration, yes, because he won trophies, and those trophies decorated the trophy cabinets of the clubs that he represented. I will then ask, ladies and gentlemen, Dean Trevor Sibande to please join us on stage for the opening devotion. Let's welcome him on stage, please.
I depend on God alone. I put my hope in Him. He alone protects and saves me. He is my defender, and I shall never be defeated. My salvation and honor depends on God. He is my strong protector. He is my shelter. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, as we bow our heads this afternoon, we want to thank you for your presence in our lives. We want to thank you for your presence at this moment when we are gathered here as one big family, reflecting and remembering John Shoes Moshoeu for what we have done for him and what he could do for us as a nation. Lord God, this afternoon we bring his mother, his sister, and his whole family before your presence. Lord, we pray that you continue to remind them and to show them your godliness and your love in their lives. Lord, we pray for the families. We pray for those that he mixed with, his friends, and the whole soccer fraternity. That, Lord, as they cry and say their goodbyes, that you continue to be their God and to strengthen and guide them. We ask all this in Christ Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you so much, Dean. Thank you very, very much indeed. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, you can hear what the Lord thinks of this gathering today. The blessings are coming down. The blessings are not going to stop anytime soon. And if this is not an indication that we are all here and very privileged indeed to be here today to honor such a great man who, within minutes of this great occasion coming through, the Lord says, I welcome him into my kingdom. We'll have a reading of the obituary, ladies and gentlemen. Let me ask Coretta Magongwa to come through, who's a family cousin, because the life and the times of John Shoes Moshoeu will surprise a lot of people. It's because he was not someone who was out there all the time in media and in public spaces. He kept to himself because he knew that his work will always speak for him. Coretta, thank you so much.
May I ask you all to stand as I read the obituary? Thank you. John Lisiba Moshoeu was born on the 18th of December 1965 in Pax, Polokwane, the firstborn son of Rini Moche, one of South Africa's greatest ever footballing talents. John grew up in Diepkloof with his grandparents and attended school there at Bapedi Lower Primary School, Leboa Middle School, and then matriculated at Namedi High School. John was a loving son, brother, father, friend, who touched lives of everyone he met. On the field, his skill and pace brought joy to millions of fans around the world. Whilst off the field, he was philosophical, he was intelligent. His experience, active participation, and passion for football, he continued to add positively in the football fraternity. He also recently completed his studies at the Boston College towards a diploma in sport management and administration. Besides his obvious love for football, he also achieved success off the field through various business initiatives, which he engaged in through Shoes Moshoeu Holdings, SMH, a diversified entity with focus on engineering, construction services, renewable energy, and humanitarian services. One of the notable successes of SMH is the construction of 3 primary schools, St. Joseph Kulani Primary School in Winterveld, Unity Primary School in Krugersdorp, and Pumulong Primary School in Tembisa, all using alternative technology. Through John and Shoes Moshoeu Sports, he provided footballing coaching clinics during weekends and school holidays to develop football and general sports skills at grassroots level, as well as conducting coach-to-coach sessions in order to enable school coaches to sustain meaningful physical activity and developmental coaching. Through Shoes Moshoeu Aid, a subsidiary of SMH, he raised funds and garnered support and sponsorship for destitute children and families. He was a dedicated patron. In his personal capacity, a life coach at a career center which is called Renale Luna in Soweto, that provides a haven for children. Through Shoes Moshoeu Aid, he provided motivational talks throughout the country, moreover to the youth, to add to their development and well-being. This is a similar role he played through Footballer for Life, an NPO that advocates good conduct and good living. Whether in South Africa or abroad, he left an indelible impression with his humility and engaging nature. In 2013, he was diagnosed with kidney cancer. The spirit, determination, and tenacity with which he fought this disease was inspirational. His courage, his grace, his dignity, despite suffering from this debilitating condition. These were his hallmarks. A man of deep faith, of deep belief. He never gave up hope for a full recovery. Tragically, he passed away on the 21st of April, 2015, aged 49. John leaves his mother, his sister, his niece, and his children. May his dear soul rest in peace. Robala ka khutso, lesiba la mahapa mokone wa ntshitse kgolo. Ke a leboga.
Thank you very much, Coretta. A life well lived, ladies and gentlemen. A rounded life, a full life, a life of giving. And you could tell whether it was about motivational talk, whether it was about life coaching and life skills, he was there to give you all of that and give the youth a sense of belonging, and also just to try and give the youth a better future. You heard about the schooling, you heard about the lower primary school, of which he was so proud of. And that's why, as I speak, I'm going to ask the Babedi Lower Primary School to please get ready to come up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we give them a warm welcome as they come forward to give us some music, some upliftment that we so dearly need right now. So let's give a warm welcome to Babedi Lower Primary School.
Aruna Morana Utseba Liseore Silo Hogan Tabelo Taruna Dikanyu Luhela Danyo Luhela Hodimo Hunda Hade Ribinan Usana Usana
You've got to feel very proud, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, let's give them a warm round of applause. Radebe, our primary school. I'm going to call upon a few individuals to come up on stage and share moments, and I think this is where we get to learn, ladies and gentlemen, about the hero that we are bidding farewell to today. When you hear from former teammates, when you hear from friends, when you hear from coaches, people that have aligned themselves to the wisdom that he so possessed through the many years of playing football and also on and off the field. The SA Masters and Legends Football Association being represented by Mainline, Ronnie Zondi. Zondi mfana. Zondi mfana.
Spoke about while he was defining what shoes is, and he said shoes something that dazzles, and as a defender myself I can attest to that. To the Moshoeu family, to the Ministry of Sport, members of government, the President of SAFA, and the entire membership, the Chairman of PSL, and the Board of PSL as well, distinguished guests, current and former footballers. It is an honor to be with you today, to celebrate a life unlike any other. Shoes understood the ties that bind football spirits. This is a word in South Africa, Ubuntu, that describes his great gifts. His recognition that football binds all of us in a way that can be invisible to the eye. That there is oneness in football, that we can achieve ourselves by sharing ourselves with others and caring for those around us. We can never know how much this is made in him, or how much of his shape is shaped and on a soccer field, on a scorching heat during the games. But we remember his dribbling skills, his love for football, his love for giving back, especially to young people. He only not embodied Ubuntu. He taught youth to find that the truth is within themselves. It took a man like Shoes to show the best from others, to show that you must trust others so that they must trust you, to teach that you can be the best that you can be. It is not a matter of where you come from. It's about changing your mind and your heart. For the people of South Africa, for those he inspired around the world, Shoes passing is a rightly time for mourning and the time to celebrate his heroic life. But I believe it should also be prompt in each of us a time for self-reflection. With honesty, regardless of the situation or the circumstances, we may ask, how well I have applied these lessons in my life? This is the question. It's a question I ask myself as a man and as a former footballer. We know that, like South Africa had to overcome centuries of racial segregation. As we are through here, it took the sacrifice of countless people, known and unknown, to see the dawn of the new day. We are beneficiaries of that struggle. But South Africa and countries around the world, we cannot allow ourselves, we cannot allow our progress to cloud the fact that our work is not done. The struggle that allows our victory of formal equality, universal franchise, may not be filled with drama and moral clarity as those came before, but they are no less important. For around the world today, we still see children suffering from hunger, disease, run-down schools, few prospects for the future. Around the world today, men and women are still imprisoned for their political beliefs and still prosecuted for what they like or how they worship or who they are. We too must act on behalf of football justice. We too must act on behalf of football peace. There are too many of us who happily embrace Shoes' legacy for football development, but passionately resist even modest reforms that would change chronic football development and growing football inequalities. There are too many footballers who claim solidarity with Shoes' struggle for football development, but do not tolerate dissent from their own people. And there are too many of us who stand on the sidelines, comfortable in complacency, cynicism, when our voices must be heard. The questions we face today: how to promote football development, football justice, to uphold football freedom, football human rights, and to end exclusion. I don't have an easy answer, but there are no easy answers in front of the child from Soweto. Should remind us that it is always impossible until it is done. A lot has been said about his love for football. He's the only professional football player who joined an amateur team, as far as I know. And that's how humble he was. Shoes show us that it is true that you can change. You can choose to live in South Africa, defined by not who you are, but by peace, justice, and opportunity. We will never see the like of Shoes again. But let me say to young people of South Africa, you can make life work your own. After this football great is laid to rest, when we have returned to our cities, our villages, and rejoined our daily routines, let us search then for his strength, for his kindness of spirit, somewhere inside ourselves. And when the night grows dark, when football injustice weighs heavily on your hearts, or our best laid plans seem beyond our reach, think of Shoes and the way that brought comfort within soccer field. I matter not how straight football fields are. I'm the master of my fate. I'm the captain of my soul. What a great soul it was. We will miss him deeply. May God bless his memory. May God bless his family. I thank you.
Zondan. Thank you so much indeed, ladies and gentlemen. And you could tell that a lot of what Ronnie represents epitomizes what Shoes Moshoeu would epitomize. He's been able to maintain himself. Shoes wangayifuni mkhaba. What sort of professional football player are you? And uyazi uRonnie ukuthi bamdabula ibhluku bemdriblisha. What ain't double blue my nonka iskipa sakho, so that I can have something to remember you by. So thank you so much indeed, Ronnie Zondi. Lots of good memories. And if I had to ask each and every one of you to just take the word shoes and maybe describe what each letter means, and I had to go around the room at some point, I will get so many different meanings of that. Think about it. I might even target you at some point to break away from the normal procedure. I will tell you later on what those words or those letters mean to me. This man drove this morning all the way from Pietermaritzburg. He arrived, and you could tell physically that he was drained, emotionally the same, because he had a lot of respect for our fallen hero. And I'm sure you'd have had a lot to think about in that drive from Pietermaritzburg. And he's also from the school of John Shoes Moshoeu, footballing wise, Turkey wise, Kaizer Chiefs wise, Bafana Bafana wise, and in many different ways, but also as a human being. There was a strong connect. I didn't bring my dictionary here, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm sure a lot of you didn't bring your dictionaries either. I don't think this is a man that writes speeches. Speeches are written in his head. I can only say, Steve Komphela, the microphone is yours. In the meantime, I'll go next door to UJ to go get my dictionary while this man walks up. Nazo.
Siyabulela abantu bakuthi. Realeboa batho beso. eNCA. Let me rather say all protocol observed, lest I step on too many toes in front of me. I'm going to request Robert to assist me. And I don't know whether shall I pass this test or not. If Robert says, I am what I am because I am, that is Shoes. And I'm going to dial his telephone. I want you to get to the voicemail and draw the comparison between the Robert statement and the voice message. And Abe Hoshkeldenis and Allah says that chok version. I'll try put it on speaker if possible.
You should never make someone a priority who views you as an option. What is your pleasure?
This mailbox is full and cannot accept any.
That is the reality of life. Shoes says, never make anyone an option. I mean priority if they make you an option. I don't know how many of us here have the guts and the courage to say he was not an option. Shoes was on top of my list in terms of priority. I'll be very brief, in as much as I had the best of my professional life and enlightenment in life through the hands of this gentleman. Ngesintu sethu, when you come from a small town, a Kronstadt, aboskirma bazokutshela bathi ubhare. And if awukhulela ngeSoweto, awusahulela Soweto, bazokutshela bathi ha uyibhare. So this is the man ongenzi clever. This is the man who bought me my first pair of jeans as a Hugo Boss. I didn't know who Hugo Boss was. I'll be brief. I'll break it down in three. I'll look at the mind of this champion, the thinker. I'll look at the body of this champion, the great athlete. I'll look at the soul of this champion, the humanitarian. I can't finish all of them. Let me confine myself to what Shoes and I came to know each other for, the physical part of it. I'll give three anecdotes. One with Bafana Bafana. I'll try to draw one from Turkey. The other one will be from my former club, Free State Stars. I remember at Free State Stars, we were playing Blackpool. They arrived in a must Progate, Super 16. In front, it had a huge eagle. It was written, the eagle has landed. And before they played our match, they had hammered Kaizer Chiefs 4-0. They dismantled Moroga Swallows 4-0. We were next on the line. And when we saw this bus coming in at Puterichava, it was written, the eagle has landed. Terrifying. We thought, no, this is nothing. Went into the match. By the way, we also got 4. But what stood out in my mind is the physical capacity the man had. Unbelievable talent. Clive will testify. Shoes, abo Goma Masang, abo Juri Bantwana, abo Fani Madid and all that. The group, that team was hot. Shoes broke from the left. He cut inside. He was right-footed. As he cut inside, he ran on top of the D-line, just on top of the 18 around the D-line. And obviously, running across infield from the left, the goalpost would be on his left shoulder. And I'm sure the score was 3-0 then. Azang Abuze. On top of the D-line, he smashed it. It went 90 degrees. Said, what a talent. But he had been tormenting a lot of defenders. And one before me testified as well. Shoes. Now, the tricky part of it was this. We were coached by Augusto Palacios then. We go to the dressing room. The first thing Augusto says that, hey, listen, he was given a Leonard Punoani was a defender, given a responsibility to take care of Shoes. Augusto gets into the dressing room, mad. You know how coaches are. There's no coaches normal. Moves into the dressing room, and he says, hey, listen, Leonard, you cannot leave in the player, hey. You cannot leave in the man, hey. I tell him the player must continue marking, you sleeping, hey. Hey. There is no master key for a genius. You can bring 11 Leonard Punwanes on the day. Shoes would still unlock them. No key, no matter where you're from, can unlock any lock from heaven. He was just a masterpiece. Then came Skrima Shabalala. I'm sharing anecdotes and I'll be off this platform. We played, I don't know who we were playing in the match. Then we had in the midfield, Neil Tovi was there. There was a player from Bidvest, but then they were Wits University, Mike Robotham, and who were playing central. Shoes was there in the midst. Now things are not working well. And you know how Screamer is, Mr. Panic. We keep on playing and playing, the ball gets lost. Now he cannot hold himself. And then he ends up standing up and he's screaming to us on the field. Stephen, no man, I said boy man. Stephen, it doesn't work like that. Shuzi, uskamupasa man warijisa mutu. Now all that Screamer was saying is that the team is not playing well. And Shoes, you are the only man who can deal with the ball. Don't give it to these cows. You give the ball to their cows, we lose. That's how much trust the coach had in a man. We coaches have no responsibility on what players do. But if there's a man you trust most, you pass on the instruction. So that's what Screamer did. In Turkey, they would ask me, Abe, ya Lutfen bu mushe iba Kenya, Suele bu Adamu, Lutfen gelmesen bu taraftai. All they were saying is that, say, kindly help us, talk to this Moshe. They used to call him Moshe instead of Moshoeu. He should not come to Gaziantep. I played in Gaziantep because he tormented everybody. Let's get out of that. What is happening now? I'll be here for 3 minutes and I'm out. What's happening now is what Shoes had fought when you and I were still sleeping. Shoes could see that there's a stage where there's going to be self-hatred. There's going to be a stage where there will be misunderstanding among Africans. And then, when there was confusion between us and foreign nationals, Shoes went out. And I remember some stage talking to him. He said, I'm going to some camp. I'm going to see some foreign nationals. I have to go give them some food. That's a job of a humanitarian. And you and I then were still sleeping. He is something else. I know him through, I don't know. But I'll leave it to that. There's also moments we shared that are private, that if I were to share with you, they only make sense to us. And I'm standing here on behalf of the former players. And gentlemen, I know all of you would want to say something. But please allow me just to say the ones that I remember. And I'm sure you'll testify. If you say Dieta, Atita. Hujwa, Kimanati. That's him. Uti Dieta, Umanati. Atagi choice. He chooses to be okay. A man of sharp answers. He was sharp. You would ask him, Mare, Mare Tlaizajwa man. Wasinyeya. Ara antad. Arlukisei Bafuetu. They will remember even the voice. If we did not want to sleep, we're in camp. he would come and say, Hari robaling, bafowethu. Hari robaling. That's him. And these are moments, and I saw where he is. You know, the first night he passed on, I drove like crazy. I came again to Johannesburg. I had seen him some couple of weeks back, and I could see that my friend, much as is very strong, he was fighting a battle. Shoes was no loser. That guy could enter any lion's den and come out alive. But I realized that this one, I don't know whether he's bigger than you or the one above you has given you a task that he wants to see whether can you go above him, which was impossible. And then, after he had passed on, was lying there instead. I looked at him, handsome, handsome. I looked at the chiseled nose, I looked at the elbows, the cheekbones, and I said, oh my God, he's no waste, he's resting in peace. Maybe you and I, it's time to appreciate that when he's alive, look at all the beauty and see only the beauty. The rest of the other stuff will be judged by those given the responsibility to. Same night, it poured like this. It poured like this. Human beings live lives with their eyes closed. Human beings tend to put a shield and defy logic. What is seen and written, they would say, no, there's nothing like that. There are symbols, there are messages wherever we go. When this rain came hard on us, it was a message. And they say, when great kings fall, so does the rain. Let me conclude before Robert tells me to get off here. To us, on behalf of these gentlemen, it is an end of an era, an end of a magical career. It is an end to the intellectual, an end to a man generous beyond comprehension. I wonder how many of us could just move an inch towards what he stood for. Don't be close to him, that's too far for you. Just move an inch, or worst case scenario, just face his direction. Just face his direction, don't move. Face the right direction, you shall inspire a lot of people. The eagle has not landed. The eagle has fallen. The eagle has not landed. The eagle has fallen. The library has been burned. If you remember what he said about we old folks from Africa, that we don't document things, we just live precious lives, we leave no memoirs. He did the same. But he tried his best to run as quick as possible, conquer as much as he can, and he forgot to build a library. And the library he had was attached to him. He's no more, the library is burned. But can somebody go out there and remind us about the memoirs? We're asking from you, gentlemen. We know it's difficult, football players. We want opportunities. We say all that we want. Sometimes all in vain. Never give up. Never give up. And my basic principle of life, have no expectations. You shall have no disappointments. Offer yourself selflessly. The ones above us shall do right. No human being shall ever do any justice to you, because they themselves are seeking justice. And my parting shot, I know wherever he's lying, even Osireni and the kids, Shoes would not accept what I'm going to say. But I'm going to plead for his understanding that I be arrogant on his behalf. Shoes, in terms of value, value is worth. And values, what he stood for, he was valuable. He had all the means to do anything he wanted. And whoever thought maybe Shoes was otherwise, think again. And all that had been said about him is testimony. There's still more to come. testimony. Hold back, think twice, don't judge. Shoes was okay. Shoes, what I know of him, and I know he's gonna say, Steve, you can't say that. Go Dane Fair. I'm sure if you want to enter Dane Fair Estate, you must have a bit of a deep pocket. If you have anything less than 4-5 million, don't even move closer to the gate. I'm sure Shoes there had about 2 properties, and I'm not supposed to be saying this, but because he cannot stand up and accuse me for saying these things, because I'm exposing now what he didn't stand for, I will say it. And even Ko Bryanstein, the house that he has for his mom, beautiful house, you and I would die and kill for that house. He gave it. All that he did. So let us sometimes not mistaken humility for stupidity. When a man is humble, is no sign of stupidity. But they are just trying to say, step on me, because through me, you can get better. But stepping on me is not saying pulverize me. Is that as soon as you gain a beautiful distance where we cannot both slipper, take me along, drag me. I am what I am because I am the Shoes for me. May his soul rest in peace. Bafana Moshoeu, this is nothing. There's more to come. Blessings are coming in abundance. God never puts in front of you what you cannot handle. After every storm, the sunshine after that, the rainbow, the freshness of the air, the smell of the ground, it's unbelievable.
Sure. I think after that we can all go home now. Yeah? Alindi lama pasa samben mafet. Equivalent. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Steve Komphela. And once again, when I talk about the school of Shoes Moshoeu, I talk about, again, the caliber of Steve Komphela. I call that man a sponge because he absorbs so many things. You go to a foreign land and you capture what they speak in Turkey and you speak it fluently. He wasn't swearing at us when he was speaking there. He was not swearing at us. That man anchored a TV show in Turkey where he spoke fluent in the language of the land. Not English. I promised you shoes. And after Steve has spoken, and again, I just want to quickly link these things because they're quite important. Your S for shoes would be whatever you want it to be, and you can jot it down, you can do whatever, so that you become part of today's ceremony. It's not just people standing here and almost preaching down on you. You become a part of it. For me, S was for superstar. He might not have acknowledged the fact that he's a superstar, ladies and gentlemen, but you and I know that Steve has alluded to in so many ways the superstar status of Shoes Moshoeu. So for me, superstar, S. Whether he likes it or not, I would give it to him. H was for headache. They would tell you. Other victims as well, I see them, the legends here, but I'm not going to mention them by name. Petama Orange, Lababantu. O for orator. Now if Steve is an orator, Shoes was equally the same because he had a brain fixed in that head. And all of that Steve spoke about, property, money management, and also being able to guard for your future and also for your dependents is what he was about. But it's just what came out of that mouth. And I think Mark Leeson reminded me in an article that we wrote during the week where he was being pestered and people kept asking him when he went to play for Amazulu, well, when are you retiring? And he said, I am not cheese. And then he paused. Obviously, I am not cheese means what when you're a journalist? So byline, I'm not cheese. What does that mean? He says, I don't get moldy with age. You know, cheese molds after a while. He says, no, I don't get moldy with age. Full stop. Write that to your editor. See what he says. So O for orator. E, entrepreneur. You and I know him as a football player, but we also know that intelligence-wise, he was an entrepreneur in many ways. And the S, finally, simple. That is it. Simple. Not a complicated human being, but dealt a great deal with the lives of those that were complicated. Ladies and gentlemen, let's call upon our next speaker, who's a friend of John Shoes Moshoeu, Mr. Makudu Ledwaba, to please come up on stage and share a few words. Let's give him a big round of applause, please.
And they planted my feet on the King's highway, and that is the reason I sing and I shout, for Jesus came down and he lifted me up. He lifted me up from the deep, my deep.
Program Director, the Moshoeu family, Honorable Minister of Sports, Dr. Ivan Khoza, Chairman of the PSL, Dr. Jenny Jordan, President of the South African Football Association, Dennis Mumble, MECs present, and dignitaries. I think there has to be a slight correction. I am not Shoes Moshoeu's friend. I, together with many other young stars from Diepkloof, joined a football team known as Diepkloof Blue Whales, which was formed in the 70s. I later became deputy chairperson of Diepkloof Blue Whales, and it is in that capacity that I speak to you. There are a number of friends of John Shoes Moshoeu who could tell you more about their escapades on and off the field. I am going to limit my input and contribution to a few critical moments in my interaction with Shoes Moshoeu as a soccer player. I will also highlight things that most of you may not be aware of what Shoes did, even when adversity was all around him. Everybody in this room can attest to the extent of the talent, the skill, and the humility of John Shoes Moshoeu. Some of you know only two names. We called him the King. We later corrected that and called him the King and the Queen. He became Dididi, a complete genius on the field. I have to take this opportunity to tell you of at least 3 incidents of Shoes when he played for Diepkloof Blue Whales.
I remember when we played against a team in Diepkloof known as Diepkloof Gunners. Shoes Moshoeu was a member of the E division of the team. E division, because we had E up to F. And for some reason, colleagues and fellow players felt it is important and possibly appropriate for us to give Shoes the opportunity to express his talent. There were serious disagreements that age does not permit. He is still young, let him not be exposed to the rigors and the heavy tackles that would follow. Shoes was preserved, and we beat that team 27-0. I later got to know Shoes in detail. And when we had rumor, and I see the Honorable Dr. Manota is here, who was the teacher at Namedi, that there is a team in the professional ranks that would like to secure the services of Shoes Moshoeu. And the two teachers who are friends of mine saying, you must allow this boy, give him the opportunity to go and play in the professional ranks. I reminded them that Shoes is at school to learn. Did not go to school to be a soccer player. As a soccer player, he belongs to Diepkloof Blue Whales. And if there is anybody who has an interest in securing his services, he's got only one door to knock at, and that is Diepkloof Blue Whales. That particular individual never came. And then there was rumor, the second rumor, that Colored Passmore, the late Colored Passmore, would like to secure the services of Shoes Moshoeu. And please forgive me, we all know that at some point, Colored did not have a good reputation. And the teachers were saying, you can't sell him, you can't give him to Blackpool because that man won't do anything for you. We said, we will engage with him, even if it means us giving Shoes to Blackpool for no financial consideration, we will do so. Indeed, we had a game at Middleland Zone 7 between Diepkloof Blue Whales and Middleland Shamrocks. There was no space for spectators. You had people climbing on top of roofs because one of the things they wanted to see was this brilliant talent called the King and the Queen, Dididi, the football genius. Middleland Shamrock boasted of players like Rabbi Moripe, the great Komphela, Mandas Tole, and Kilam Kwanasi. Didn't we give them hell? They know what happened. We taught them a soccer lesson. All because of the genius of Shoes Moshoeu. Anytime when he gets the ball and runs on the touchline, when defenders fail to win any tackle, you would actually think there is a desert storm from the Sahara. And he would be out there in the 18 area causing havoc and mayhem. That is Shoes Moshoeu. Everybody knows the extent of his talent. But let me share with you two other critical issues that I think you ought to know. When Shoes, there was another rumor that Shoes is on the wish list of Kaizer Chiefs. And we sat there as Orlando Pirates supporters. And we had a powerful ally, and the powerful ally was Shoes Moshoeu's grandmother. We said, we have to pull every trick in the book to ensure that Shoes does not join Kaizer Chiefs. At that time, Kaizer Chiefs was a star-studded team, and we felt he could be better, he could be put to better use if he dons the black and white jersey. Came the moment of truth. We had discussions, just myself and Dr. Sidney Mufamadi. We approached the owners of Blackpool. And in our discussion, it became apparent that it is not a foregone conclusion that Shoes will join Kaizer Chiefs. And we took advantage. We then had consultations with Dr. Ivan Khoza. We say, we need to secure the services of Shoes Moshoeu. And Dr. Ivan Khoza pleaded poverty. We had already inquired how much would it take for Pirates to secure Shoes Moshoeu. And the preliminary figure was 80,000 rand, the rest to be negotiated as he progresses. So we decided that there is this individual that we need to go and visit in Boksburg, who was a die-hard fanatic of Orlando Pirates. We asked Dr. Khoza to join us and ended up at the house of the late Chris Hani. That Comrade Chris, as a die-hard Pirate supporter, if you cannot come to our rescue, chances are this boy is going to be a menace to our lackluster defenders. But if you can pull much as you are a communist, you do have capitalist friends. If you can pull a few strings, we can beat Kaizer Chiefs and secure the services of Shoes Moshoeu. And the late Chris said, see me tomorrow. If you can be here at 10 o'clock, I think we will have, at least if we can bring 100,000, because you see, we urge Chiefs, they will be coming with 80. So we had to go and interact with officials of Blackpool. We got to Victor Selani's garage and said, Brother Vic, don't worry, we will bring the money tomorrow by 10 o'clock. Vic says, let's 180,000 for Chiefs. Don't panic, just strike. And we went and we started thinking, ladies and gentlemen, this is no lie. As we're driving with Dr. Mfamadi, we said, maybe we can put some measures in place that if Kaizer goes and clinches the deal the Friday night, they must not get hold of Shoes to sign any documents. So we said, maybe there is a house which kept some important artillery. It's called a safe house. Said, now, let's take this youngster and put him in a safe house. Said, if they look for him, they can't find him until we have the 100,000. And it then happened that we felt maybe we need to go and talk to Shoes' grandmother. But if he doesn't see Shoes that night, he mustn't think he's lost. He is with us. But along the way, we felt it may not be the right thing to do to expose Shoes to some of the stuff that was kept in that safe house. Let me then touch on the most touching aspect of Shoes' humility, Shoes' astuteness, and his honesty. When Colored Passmore decided, yes, he wants Shoes, came with 3 youngsters, early 20s. Says, I am here to inquire, how much do you want for this boy to join Blackpool? Then said, Colored, for showing us, as youngsters, for showing us the respect. We do not want to obstruct Shoes' progress in life, where he could get into the next pedestal and express his talent more elaborately. Take him for free. We don't need a penny from you. Typical Colored Passmore in his short pants. He went out, came back at, are you serious, guys? Or neadlala? We said, you have him and you have him now. Colored then said, I give you at least 2 minutes, guys, decide on a figure. We allowed them to go, and in minutes we called them back that give us 800 rand. Give us 800 rand and Shoes Moshoeu is all yours. Colored gave us 800 rand. He went and bought the first team, a kit, and at the back it was written, farewell Shoes. This is Shoes' farewell. And when we called Shoes to make him aware that he is no longer a Blue Whales player, the question he asked was, Bramakulu, how much are they willing to pay? He said, we offered them you for free. They objected. They are giving us 800 rand. He says, does that satisfy you? We thought, we were satisfied with nothing. We now have 800 rand. From tomorrow, you are a giant Blackpool player. Shoes was humble. Shoes was a reader. He used to come and take some political literature. Shoes read. Shoes would still engage you about contemporary political issues in the country without compromise. In his totality, he's offered a lot more to this country than the country has offered to him. To Ausrini, Neo, Mbali, Princess, and Shoes' fiancé. Shoes is the hand that always gave. Let us mourn his death and celebrate his success. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Lidwaba, that's all I can say. You've opened up our eyes to many hidden stories. I think you could actually have a movie out of all of that. Eh? What a story. You've got a safe house with all sorts of things in it that the player cannot see, but you want to keep him there. And you've got a current chairman of Orlando Pirates that can't afford to buy. You got the late Chris Hani involved. Hey, Nkosi yami, aye. This needs to be a movie. Mr. Ledwaba, please do us that favor, Baba. Yo, what a story. Really amazing. That's why I said I think by the time we leave, we will all feel so much closer to understanding the legacy, the life, and the times of such a great legend. Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome on stage as well. We'll do things slightly differently with Clive. I think Clive has become used to post-match interviews where we ask him all sorts of questions. So I'm not going to demand much of a speech from Clive, but I would love the winning coach, ladies and gentlemen, that we will ever be indebted to for the rest of our footballing lives, Mr. Clive Barker.
Even if it just is 1 second behind me. Listen, you need it. Don't act as if you don't need it. You need it. Can I minister to you? This is not a show. This is an experience with God. I need your touch. Tell it to the Lord.
Of course, with the AFCON in 1996, it was really the opening match was so important for us, and it was the Philemon Masinga Shoes Moshoeu show. And of course, we had to get off to a good start, and we did, and won 3-0. And of course, Shoes dictated that day. He was fabulous. Went on to Algeria, had to beat them in the quarterfinal, and the score, we got to 1-1. And we were hanging on a little bit, and the ball fell to Shoes. If it wasn't Shoes, it would be Doctor. But this time it fell to Shoes, and it was inside with the hip, outside with this. The feet would be moving, and he got closer and closer to the 18-yard area, and then he smashed it, and it went into the back of the net, and we won 2-1. And then came, of course, arguably the match of the tournament when we were going to play against Ghana. They were called the Brazil of Africa. And of course that night, I've no doubt about it that the South African side that played then would have beaten any team in the world, not any team in Africa, any team in the world. And they won and won comfortably 3-0. But really, I would think that that tournament, Shoes Moshoeu, he was the reason that we won. He had a great team supporting him, but he was able to give us the touches we needed the most. Fantastic player.
And when you talk about that, I think very few of us realize that he was a top goal scorer for the national team then, and you played him every single game of that tournament. Overall, though, when you talk about his influence, what was it? Maybe on the field, Clive, maybe off the field?
Yeah, both. I think, you know, he was a very, very quiet person. He would go and travel in the bus. He would make sure that he was at the back on the left-hand side. He would set himself into, as the cricketers would say, and Ali Bakr would know, into a bubble. He was a very, very quiet, and he let his feet do the talking, thank goodness. But I just think just generally all around, Shoes was somebody that was really Spanish. He was balanced. He could go off the left foot, off the right foot. He could play wide on the right and left. He was the Messi of his time. And I can't say more than that. He was an absolute superstar.
What made him so special, though? Because I think we've heard testimony of a number of things that really made him a special player. For you as a coach, for you as a father figure, what did you pick up?
Yeah, just his mannerism too. I think he gave himself a chance in a tough world. He led by example. He was able to go up a level. He was the orchestra leader. He would be the Baryshnikov of, and that Steve would have to work that out. He'd be the Baryshnikov of football, and he was the orchestra leader. So I would think all around, he was the player that I needed the most. I knew I could throw the ball to, first of all, Doctor and say, do your own thing. I could throw it to Shoes and say, do your own thing. And what they were different about is they could play off the cuff. They didn't have to be reminded of what they were doing out there. Shoes was so good because of one reason. He was an entertainer. And entertainers, he realized that people came to the ground for a reason. They played hard, earned money to watch matches. And he was there to be able to facilitate and use those feet like only he could.
What about the personality? If you had to dig deep, Clive, and look at the personality that is John Shoes Moshoeu, you talk about the quiet demeanor, him sitting on the bus on the left-hand side. That's all very structured. It's something that will always happen. You're not going to find him on the right-hand side or even driving the bus. Tell me about that personality.
Yeah, very quiet. As I said, he wasn't really all that outspoken. You had to engage him first, and then he would react to whatever the story is. The loveliest story I had, and I know he valued money, was when he came to AmaZulu, and they said to me, who do you want to sign? And I said, I want to sign Shoes Moshoeu. And they said, God, but can he still do the job? I said, I'm signing him for a reason, because he will teach the young boys in AmaZulu how to play. And he did. And the thing that amazed me, he could have stayed anywhere in Durban, and yet he stayed at the hostel. And he was able to interact with the young players. They would sit there at supper, and he would engage them, and they would engage him. And it was an absolutely fantastic atmosphere, and he created that. He didn't have to stay there, but he did. And he was really so humble.
And I mean, you talk about that period when he did play for AmaZulu, and it's ironic, though, that he became the oldest player to score in the PSL, and he scored a goal against Kaizer Chiefs back in 2007 at the age of 41 and 27 days. I mean, who does that in modern era?
The funny part about the AmaZulu deal was this. When I said I wanted to sign him, I wasn't around about when they did the negotiations, but evidently part of the negotiations was that he would get paid per appearance. So I would have him on the bench next to me, and depending on the state of the game, I'd say, go on and quicken it, go and slow it down, but Shoes, put your foot on the ball, get us through the next 15 minutes, and that was the story. And I would look at the box, and the directors were saying, no, don't bring him on, don't bring him on. And eventually I said to him, but geez, what's going on there? Every time I look, you're going like this in the last 15 minutes. You know, they said, well, can we tell you that he gets paid a huge bonus every time he plays when there's 15 minutes, 10 minutes, 8 minutes. And they said, please leave him on the bench. That was Peter and, of course, AmaZulu.
Wow. What an amazing story. But I think in the end, Clive, you got a chance fairly recently, I understand, to get to see Shoes. What was that experience like, and what did you walk away feeling?
You shouldn't be doing this to me. I had the chance to go and see him with Glenn Binkham and with his permission of his mother to say hello to him. And I remember when I held his hand, I walked out of there and I thought, I don't think Shoes is going to make it. And of course, he didn't make it. There were two things I was sure of, was what happened in the end. And then the other thing that I'm sure of is at 3:30 tomorrow afternoon, in heaven, God will pencil in another name, and it'll be Shoes Moshoeu. He'll play again tomorrow afternoon.
And that is modern day kickoffs, Clive, because the irony in all of that is the time of his passing, said to be around 14:55, so around about the 3 o'clock mark on Tuesday. So I think everything somewhere, somehow in the heavens, very much scripted. What would your final words be if he was able to comprehend while you were there to him?
Just to put it in my arms around him and tell him what a good guy he was, what a good player he was, what a good family member he was, just what he was for South Africa. He was a wonderful, wonderful player, but I've said enough now. Thank you.
Coach, thank you so much. Usorobile kodwa Clive, man. Design Clive. And I think a large bulk of that ability to fly, ladies and gentlemen, was on the shoulders of John Shoes Moshoeu. Let's acknowledge the presence here, ladies and gentlemen, of the Minister of Sport, who had a wreath-laying session prior to coming through here. The Minister of Sport, Minister Fikile Mbalula, if you may just rise for acknowledgement, please. What I needed to also remind you of, ladies and gentlemen, is that there has been a change as far as the funeral arrangements are concerned, just purely because of the threat of rain on the day. Is that we would like to welcome every one of you that is here today to be back here on Monday, 9 o'clock in the morning. So the previous arrangements that had been made, a decision was taken a short while ago that for the safety and I suppose just the well-being and the dignity of the event, that we should have it back here on Monday. So if you may just inform your friends as well that had made other arrangements to please meet us here. Let me call upon Lucas Radebe, ladies and gentlemen, to please come and join us, another former great for Bafana Bafana. It sounded like you guys were just about to fall asleep. What was that?
Thank you, Robert. And I'd like to acknowledge everybody in front of me. I'll start with the Honorable Minister of Sport, Mr. Mbalula, and then Mebu Pape, the President of South African Football, Mr. Danny Jordan, Dr. Ivan Khoza, Dennis Mambo, Mr. Barker, next to your cousin, Dr. Ali Barker. I'd say all protocol observed. We all gathered here this afternoon with sadness. But again, we all gathered here to celebrate the life of a hero, an icon. We've all have stories to tell about Shoes. He touched us in different ways. I know that I'm not Shoes' friend. Obviously, I'm younger than Shoes. I'm younger than Shoes. But people who grew with shoes, people like Gobo Valley, people who know shoes better than I. I was just a colleague and a teammate, and we come from the same area in Deep Kloof. And Shoes Moshoeu was one of my role models. He was an icon. I looked up to Shoes. For me, Shoes was a leader. I know I'm sitting there thinking, how lucky I am not to play against Shoes. Otherwise, I would have suffered like Steve Komphela and Ronnie Zondi. But I was privileged to be on the same side as Shoes. I mean, I'm talking about Shoes. I'm talking about people who've graced this stage this afternoon. Those are my mentors. People like Dr. Steve Komphela was my captain. Shoes Moshoeu, whom today I can proudly say I'm privileged to have known him through football, and I was privileged to know him out of football again because we used to live close to one another in Bryanston. And what a great man he was. We traveled together during the games. I remember one instance when we went to play in, I think it was Burkina Faso. And we had a day off. And I remember I said, no, you can go out and have fun. So we went out with Shoes, and we were in that country where the transportation was these motorbikes, one speed. So we were out and about and having fun. And I remember Shoes saying to me, I can ride this thing. I said, Shoes, you know what? We're here to play football. What happens if you get injured, if you fall? He says, no, Lucky, born. Okay, Shoes. I mean, I was young at that time, and he borrowed one of the scooters, one of the girls or one of the ladies. Instead of him getting onto the scooter, actually he just went, and he was running next to the scooter. I didn't know whether he thought he could outrun the scooter. At the end, he let the scooter go, and he just went and crashed into the barriers. And I said, Shoes, the lady's crying, the lady's, crying for a scooter. I says, but that thing is too fast. I said, but you meant to ride that thing, not to run with that thing. But again, such great words, I couldn't describe it any better of what Steve Komphela has described, Shoes. For me, what I've learned from him, I remember when I used to greet him, I said, "Hi, Lisiba." And he'd say, "Okay, you know me, give me 5 cents. I'm like, give you 5 cents. He's talking about the Zuga, this 5 cents, the small one. I said, but Shoes, where do I get that 5 cents? He says to me, that's how life is. We take little things for granted. You have a 5 cents today. Because we have it in our pocket, it doesn't matter that much. Lose it. Lose it. Can you find that 5 cents today? How hard it is to find that Zuga. And he says that's how it is. That's how life is. Don't take somebody else for granted. Each and every one of us has got a purpose. Like shoes. Like shoes, as I said, that I was privileged to have met him in the field of play. I was privileged to meet him outside the game. Because I've learned today that once you treasure something, use it wisely. Use it constructive. Use it in a way that you can make a difference, whether it's in your community or whether it's whatever you do with it. And that's shoes for me. I think shoes gone too soon. We've lost not only the skill that shoes had, but we lost the knowledge that shoes could have imparted with us. But for me, ladies and gentlemen, Shoes has finally retired. He's hung his boots forever. But we'll never forget Shoes. Shoes will always live in our minds. We'll always emulate Shoes. And that, I think, it's a great example that youngsters today, let's emulate Shoes. Each and every one of us here on this stage, we're talking how great Shoes is. Shoes embodied professionalism. Inside the field of play, outside the field of play. Shoes, he will give 100% to whatever he does. Shoes will stop. I mean, I've spoken to a few people because we used to live close to each other. We used to call the spa close by Spaza. I used to go to spa a lot. I used to meet Shoes. And in the last few days, I went to the spa. And everybody asked me about Shoes. How is Shoes? What's happening with Shoes? I mean, that's the kind of person he was. He could talk to anybody, anytime. He'll stop on his way, wherever he goes, to talk to you. And today, listen, I feel so sad that Shoes Moshoeu has departed. And I was privileged enough to go and visit him a couple of times in hospital. And knowing Shoes as fit as he was, I mean, to see him suffer, to see him struggle the way he was struggling, to see Shoes fighting. I mean, Shoes was the fittest of most of us. And I think if we can take leave, especially the youngsters, if we can take leave out of Shoes' legacy. You know, and he used to say to me before, or to anybody when they call his name, "Hey, Shoes, how's it?" He says, "You know me, you live long." That's Shoes. He says, you know me, you live long. Apart from giving me 5 cents. But listen, I want to say today, I'm here with respect and paying tribute to the man who's contributed towards our community, to our football, immensely. I mean, I know Clive was talking about Shoes as a dead. I mean, it was unbelievable. As a defender, in the same game where Shoes was playing, there's a time where sitting at the back, admiring Shoes' skill, in the same game, sitting in the dressing room looking around, looking into the faces of the players and see Shoes. I mean, when you look at the team list, you know number 10. It's only one person. You can, number 10 jersey is for Shoes Moshoeu. And when I look at Shoes, I gather strength. Shoes will always have something to say. Shoes will always give you advice. I mean, I remember when we played against Besiktas in Turkey. And I called Shoes, I said, Shoes, we're playing Besiktas in the Champions League. Can you just give me? He says, I get it home in Tutte. He says, Luki, Pona, Luna le kai tshwara, ba matha fela. Yeah? A re bona ke a ba tseba man. Wena sha batho. Yeah. As he said before to me, when we played against other teams here in Mzansi, he says, Luki, faka part. But I'm privileged today and I'm honored to have the opportunity, you know, to say a few words about my experience that I had with a man that I've called a brother to me. It's not everybody that you look up to like that and I call the brother. But I think for us, especially Mambosh, all those youngsters who were coming into the team, we knew Bom Togis, Libo Shoes. We respected those people. Those are the guys who opened doors for us overseas. Those are the guys that we looked up to. For ideas. Those are the guys who have learned dedication, respect from. And today, we respect Shoes not because he drove big cars. We respect Shoes not because he dressed well. But he never dresses well. Anyway, he never dressed well. He used to come to training with an overall. But that's what Shoes. So, for me, I think, Robert, I know there's a lot of people that wants to come on stage and say a few words, and it's an honor and it's a privilege. And I want to say to Mamrini, lefu ke ngwetsi ya malapa otlhe. Re leboga fa o re letleletse gore re rona re kgone go nna le motho o la a re rotloetsa go tshwana le Shoes. To OC ke re le gomotsegang mo lelapeng lotlhe ke re a re gomotsegeng re itse gore Shoes o ile mo lefatsheng leno mara ga re kitla re mo lebala o re sile le digopotso. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for respecting this man. And I'd like to appreciate the opportunity and say, the spirit of Shoes will never die. kids will always run on the street with shoes on their back. And thank you very much, and really appreciate it.
Well spoken, like a true captain. Thank you so much, Lucas Radebe, a man that led only 2 teams in his life, professionally. That is a dedicated man. Kaizer Chiefs, went overseas, played for Leeds United, about 11 years, played for Bafana 70 times. He's got 4 more years before he turns 50. We've been blessed with such great leaders. And as the country watches the broadcast here, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's also very important that we share a view or two of what the viewers around the country are saying about this memorial service. Elmatic reaching out on social media saying that how do we honor living legends like Steve Komphela because we've already failed the fallen ones. Using today's ceremony as an example of how we at times miss the opportunities of reaching out to our stars while they're still alive. Because of time, I am going to try and speed things up a little bit and also urge our next speakers to do likewise. And I'm going to call upon, Shoes and Alex. Very close connection. So it's no wonder why, and it will be explained by Mr. Maisha Mulepa, that Shoes meant so much to Alex Local Football Association on so many different fronts. So let's give a warm welcome to Maisha Mulepo.
Greeting to all in the names of the Lord Jesus Christ. Program Director, family of Shoes Moshoeu, Reverends, my President, Dr. Denny Jordan, PSL Chairperson, Dr. Ivan Koza, Minister of Sport, Mr. Philam Baglula, my comrade in Christ, MEC, Chris Vondo, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I've been tasked here today by the organization which I'm the chairperson, which is Alexander Football Association. And I know I heard earlier on in Tate Madubana talk about shoes in Soweto. But please, there's something I'm going to say, because Shoes also lived a life in Alexander and he also played in Alexander with us. With these words, I'd like to pass the message of condolences from the entire football fraternity in Alexander. This is a message that they give me to give to the people at this house today. We've gathered here today to pay tribute to our legends, father, brother, friend, John Shoes Moshoeu. As friends who are deeply saddened by her ultimate death, as footballers, we are feeling her absence in the organization and will miss his contribution toward the football development for a long time to come. Shoes was one of Alexander Football Association legends, is counted among the best that AFA has ever produced. He was a brand of an organization, and having played football at this early age under Alexander Football Association for the team named Alexander Liverpool. I think some will need to know today that while he lives in Soweto, Shoes also stays in Alexander. He lives at 12th Avenue. That's where he was recruited to play for Alexander Liverpool. That later changed to be Giant Blackpool. And he came back after his professional career. He came back and retired in Alexander. And he played in our league that is called Alexander Masters Soccer League. So Shoes continued to play football until his last day in Alexander. Every Sunday when you went Shoes, you'll get him in Alexander. But he didn't only do that. He also became a player coach of one of our clubs, which is named Alexander United. And I can say by so doing, Shoes become part of one of the guys that wanted to make a relative of our dream that will one day as Alexandrian have a team that will play in Alexander. When he coached Alex United, he was working hand in hand with the football local association. I can say today, as I'm seeing the boys of Alexander United here around in this midst with us, to say, Shoes is gone, but we are here. For today, for us to always remember him, is for you to make us proud and make sure that his legacy remains. We are looking at you, boys, to make sure that one day you'll represent us at the PSL level. Also, Shoes, he was not only a player, as young as I am, and I'm straight and the chairperson, those are some of the people that I'll sit down and they will guide me in terms of how I take football of Alexander to the next level. On the day that we heard with news that Shoes passed away, unfortunately, I had a good chance to be with my president, Dr. Jordan, where we were unveiling the soccer pitch that will be built in Alexander. And Mr. President, I promise you that come 2 years, 3 years, we'll make sure in Alexander that we'll have national boys representing our national teams coming from Alexander. I was saying this also thinking that Shoes is part of me that will help me to do that. But we are saying even though it's gone, we'll continue to do that. And in this fashion, I like to say to all that Shoes has enthralled both fans and critics during the long span of his career, from his debut in professional until his retirement from professional. Shoes has influenced a multitude of people, including some of the top soccer players of today. In addition to his brilliant skill, Shoes has stirred global controversy of unmatched magnitude. Shoes is still regarded as the most skillful soccer player of all time. To Moshoeu's family, we are proud of you to have given us Shoes to put us on the history of football fraternity as Alexander Football Association. He cannot be seen anymore, but he can be remembered. Our loved ones live forevermore in God's eternal light. I think all last time, in the past weeks, you heard that in Alexander, there's a person that was killed by the name of Stol. I'm saying, as we celebrate Shoes' life today, join us as Alexandrians to say no to xenophobia. We are all African. Let's work together to unite Africa. On the sad news, I'd like to say to the family again, Ausrina, the sister and the children, to say, may his soul rest in peace. Our heart and souls will always be with us. Ke a leboga.
All right, I'm going to behave as if I'm moving into extra time, about to go into a penalty shootout now. And I want to thank so much Maisha for keeping it brief. And I think that will be the footprint of what we're going to do moving forward. I'll spend very little time. We'll go straight to the next speaker here, ladies and gentlemen. And I'll invite the team as well, Manville Football Club, because Shoes meant the world to this team, and I think they felt the same. And as I call upon Eric Ngwana to come up, I'll also invite the team to come forward on stage so that they can form almost a guard of honor behind him as he speaks about the life and times and how Shoes got to be involved with this team. So let's welcome Eric, let's welcome the team, but we'll also ask the team to beshaya nje lengoma when they're getting onto the field. Awishaya mfana.
Minister Mbalula, MEC Bopape, SAFA President, Chairman of the PSL, Dr. Ivan Koza, the Chairman of Kaizer Chiefs in absentia, Mama Rina, all protocol observed. Let me take this opportunity to thank, in particular, Mama Rina for giving us this legend, Shoes Moshoeu. Shoes Moshoeu was not just a player to us, he was a father, he was a mentor, he was a leader. I got to meet Shoes after when we got promoted from Castle League, and Shoes was then introduced to me by Boy Goma Masangu, who's a friend of mine. I needed to strengthen the team, and when I called Goma to say, Goma, I need a coach, I had a coach then, but you obviously needed experience. And Goma said, Shoes is available. Myself and Goma traveled in Goma's car to Shoes' house in Bryanston. What a humble man he was. Very humble. He ran all over his house, brought 2 packs of Simba chips, juice. We all seated there and spoke about him being part of Manville Stars. You know, chairperson or program director, it is very difficult to speak after Mr. Komphela. Always very difficult to speak after Mr. Komphela. Perhaps let me get into what Shoes did for these boys. These boys, as you see them behind you, behind me, in front of you, Shoes bought them soccer boots. He provided them with soccer kits. He made it a point that they eat before every soccer match. Over and above that, Shoes made it possible for them to travel from their respective areas. Our players come as far as Tembisa. We are in Krugersdorp, by the way. Krugersdorp it's in the West End, in Mogale City. Shoes used his cars. It was very amazing that you'll have Shoes using his cars, a Porsche Cayenne, Mini Cooper, using them like taxis. You know, ferrying players from Krugersdorp, from these respective areas as far as Tembisa, Soweto, to Krugersdorp, to and from. It was very amazing. And Shoes needs to be applauded for that. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a loss, it's a great loss to all of us. I only met Shoes for a short period of time, and I had hoped that we would be able to produce a team with the help of Shoes in Mogale City that would compete in the PSL. By the way, Mogale City has produced a number of players like your Mishak Mjanlega, Patrick Esinzuleng, who comes from Randfontein, Ace Kuze. So we had thought that through Shoes' help, we'd be able to produce a team that would be able to compete in the PSL. But obviously, because of you cannot refuse when God says, I want my child back. He had borrowed us shoes, he has taken them back. Without any waste of time, I would like to thank Mama Rina. I would like to thank everybody else that has contributed in the appraising of Shoes. And perhaps he also indicated the mayor, the executive mayor of Mogale City, Councillor Koketso Calvin Serrani, sends his condolences to the family of Moshoeu, and and that would continue with Osnono. Osnono, by the way, in the absence of Shoes. Shoes stayed for some time, Gospetlele, and Hansa did to Gospetlele. Braderick, Osnono, Kibona Banebans Baremets Bareminoque, but Lisa the player, Rako Grandung, Baza Shore, the team runs without any hindrance, and Rabata Hobalebo Halbono for Matzapabazere. Rob, I'm not a good speaker, and I'm not here to take your time. Kerata Holeboha, everybody else, Otter Matzapa, Lebaba Bulenga Shuzika. Bokhabane bona abetsa ke rata re tswelle pele le ba bang ba batlang go mara gore ba tshegetse will produce a Shoes or a player of Shoes' caliber out of this team. Thank you.
It takes you back, doesn't it?
Well, thanks so much, Poderick, and let's give them a big round of applause. I mean, what an inspiring way to come up. And you could actually tell from the emotion of the singing of the song as they got up that it really means and meant a lot to them to have had Shoes in their presence. Let me acknowledge as well, ladies and gentlemen, in our presence here today, the Deputy Minister of Transport. Mayor, if you may please stand for acknowledgement. Sydney Chikunga. Thank you very much for attending this memorial service. Let me call another legend himself, representing Kaizer Chiefs this time around, 10-1-1. It's at that stage where I can't even call his full name, but I'm sure the fans will welcome him on because I see a lot of Chiefs fans. 10-1-1.
Honorable Mr. Mbalula, MEC of Sports and Culture, Chris Vondo, President of SAFA, Mr. Jenny Jordan, Chair of PSL, Dr. Ivan Khoza, and to all protocol observed. I don't know where to start when we talk about the hero that has fallen. I, for one, he changed my life as a footballer. Not from Kaizer Chiefs, but when I was about 13 or 14, the first time I saw him play football, playing for Giant Blackpool, at Midland Stadium, playing against Michael Angelos that Ronnie Zondi was playing for. But as you know, you heard what Ronizondi said to you. He tormented them. He teared them apart with his skills. So obviously, when we talk about the giant that has fallen, we talk about the person who was out of this world. To me, the only difference between Shoes and Zinedine Zidane is that Zinedine Zidane was born in France and Shoes was born in South Africa. I don't even think Zinedine Zidane came close to Shoes when it comes to skills. Like I said, the first time I watched him play in Midland Stadium, we were also playing, as you know, kids will always play on the other side of the field. But something caught my eyes while we were still playing. The game was on. I can't even remember what was the final score. But there's one thing that I know for sure, that he scored more than 3 goals on the day. Because every time I watched the game, he was scoring. Every time I watched the game, because we were also playing as, you know, young kids, he was scoring. And then all of a sudden, I stopped playing with my friends. I started paying attention into the game. Because John Shoes Moshoeu was tearing the defenders apart. From there on, I told myself that I want to play football like that man. I didn't know his name that day. And because God is great, I managed to play with him. He became my teammate, a friend, not a very close one, because I was a bit shy, obviously, with the contribution that he has made to South African football. I didn't want to take chances. I had so much respect for him, but I always wanted to share a table with him, to talk to him, but I was a bit scared, thinking that maybe he'll tell me where to, you know, stay away from him. But he was not that kind of a person. He was a very, very humble man indeed. And I can tell you, if I can talk about this man, I can talk about him until tomorrow. Though I only spent 4 to 5 years, you know, with him. But there was a lot of things that we shared together as teammates. There were a lot of things that were positive we learned from him. There is this song that we used to sing in the dressing room just before the game. And I'm happy that some of my teammates, my former teammates, are here today in honor of the great legend, Shoes Moshoeu. I would love to sing that song with these guys. May you please guys come to the stage. Okay. Jesu, Jesu kiena, Jesu kiena wa matomo, Jesu kiena wa mafelelo kia. Alpha li Omega, Alpha li Jesu, Jesu kiena, Jesu kiena wa matomo, Jesu kiena wa mafelelo kia. Alpha li Omega, Alpha li Omega, Alpha li Omega, Alpha li Omega, Alpha li Omega. Jesu kiena wa matomo, Jesu kiena wa mafelelo kia. Thank you, guys. Thank you. It is indeed a privilege and an honor to know a man of Shoes Moshoeu's caliber. I want to tell you a story. What happened one day after the game, after we played against Black Leopard. That day we were playing at FNB, we won 5-0. Shoes scored 3 goals. Collins Mbesuma scored the 4th goal and I scored the 5th one. And in that game, I created all the goals that we scored. And when we arrived at the hotel, after the dinner, Shoes called me aside. He said to me, Mzagaze, you know, a lot of people didn't know this name, but I don't even know why he used to call me by this name. He used to call me Mzagaze. And I didn't even ask him why he was calling me Mzagaze. He just said to me, Mzagaze. And I said, Grootman. I said, can you please come aside? I just want to have a moment with you. Then I did that. And he just gave me 1,000 rand. I never told anyone about this. It's only maybe 2 months back I told Coach Ace about it. That, you know, this guy was amazing. After giving me the money, he said to me, I'm doing this because I have never played with a player who's so unselfish like you. Then I said to him, but Grootman, I'm getting paid to do my job, so why are you giving me money? He said to me, it's because I'm showing that I appreciate what you are doing. I want you to do what you did to me in terms of supplying and do the same to the other players. Then since that day, obviously I became more open to him. Whenever I needed advice, I'll go to him. And he was, you know, a person who was like, also had a sense of humor, you know. I remember one day we played in, we just won Telkom Cup. And Patrick Mayo was named the player of the tournament. As you know, Telkom Cup was played in December. In fact, the final was in December. So we all, celebrated, big time because we knew that we were going to, have some extra cash, get our bonuses. And Patrick Mayo, since he was named the player of the tournament, he went home. When he came back, we had a mini preseason, sort of, because we were a bit unfit. Those, obviously, who don't look after themselves. But those who were true professionals, like him, and most of these guys there and myself, we were always ready for action. And when we started training, since it was a mini preseason, we started by doing endurance. So we were running. So Patrick Mayo was one of the players, hardworking players as well. So he was always fit. But like I said, because he was, a lot of money, and he went home. When he came back, it was a bit flat. So now, what really happened? We started jogging, and as the tempo was increasing, Patrick started talking to me and Shoes, because most of the time, myself, Shoes, him, and some of the guys, like senior players, we always wanted to lead by example at Kaizer Chiefs. So we'll always be, up front, pushing ourselves. So Shoes was always there, always on toes. We used to call him always on toes, because he was always, he was super fit. So now, because Patrick was 0% when it comes to fitness, he started saying to me and Shoes, guys, while we were running, guys, can you please talk to the coach? You guys are senior players here. Tell the coach, can you stop running? I can't take it anymore. And myself and Shoes, we ignored him. Then he realized that we don't answer. And then again, he said, guys, can't you hear I'm talking to you? Please talk to the coach. I can't take it anymore. And then we started laughing. So while we were still running, he noticed that we are not answering him. And then now he was telling us in Xhosa now. He wanted us to hear him very well. Ematot, Kaniva. Thethani nomqeqeshi kuba nina nisakhona ngamasina players apha. And myself and Shoes, we continue laughing, and the guys behind us, they didn't understand why we were laughing. Then and Patrick couldn't take it anymore for him, then he decided to stop running. So while we were running on the other side of the field, we saw our physio, attending Patrick. As he was stretching him, trying to pull, because he was having cramps now. But we saw that on the other side of the field. So when we got closer, we realized that now he's not only cramping, on his legs, but he's also cramping all over his body. Cramping on his cheeks, neck, and stomach. But he was not happy about that. Then after the game, after the training, he came to the dressing room, and then he promised to beat the hell out of us, myself and Shoes, because we were laughing at him. But funny, Shoes never got upset. He kept on laughing. He just said, but with the man who had achieved so much in this country when it comes to football, anyone could have reacted differently. He was going to take it as if Patrick was disrespecting him. But because he had a sense of humor, he always wanted to see everybody smiling. He always wanted to change lives. Just like he once owned the team, he was involved in Alex. He was also now, lastly, he was helping the team from Manville. It says a lot about him. Now my question is, how many more legends left that are going to be like him? Ace Kuse told me a story about him. Told me a story in Turkey that when he went to join the team that Shoes was playing for, he got him there and he welcomed Ace with open arms. He was very, 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 very generous. You know, in terms of helping other people, he was very, very generous. So now, like I said, the sad part is that the more important people in our country are disappearing. It makes me feel sad for the fact that those are most important people for our game in order this game to improve. Those who didn't see Shoes play, they don't know anything. They didn't see the best, like I said. If Shoes was born in Europe, we would have been talking about him, just like we're talking about Zinedine Zidane. But to me, Zinedine Zidane is not even half of Shoes Moshoeu. Ask all the defenders. So I am very lucky when I got a chance to play with him. I was also a midfielder, because you heard what Ronnie Zondi said, and also there's Rotman Brian Mate here. He also suffered peacefully. They all know him. Patrick Mabedi, they all know him. Those who played against him, they all suffered peacefully. So by saying that, I just want to thank God for giving me this opportunity to play with one of the best players. To me, he's one of the best players in the world. It's simply because in this country, we take football for granted. Until we change that mentality and that attitude and start respecting this game more, because this is one game that brought everyone together. And this is one game that changes lives. That is why my hero, my legend, he changed a lot of people, including me. So I'm saying, Mama, to his family, luhlele ngahlanga mama. Sikhala nani on behalf of his former teammate at Kaizer Chiefs and Kaizer Chiefs family. Sikhala nani mama. And sizohlala futhi sinani. I thank you.
I think we're hearing it all here today, ladies and gentlemen. Let me thank 10-111 for some of the stories that he has shared with us, people suffering peacefully. Let me also acknowledge another football man deep down inside. You heard his name being mentioned in that movie To Be Shot at Some Day or Another, who was part of the talks and negotiations at a secret place. Let me ask Dr. Sidney Mufamadi to please stand and let's receive and give him acknowledgement, ladies and gentlemen. He will be featured in that movie, that's for sure. Our former Minister of Provincial and Local Government. Let's break things up slightly because I'm sure you'd love a bit of a breakaway to some music to lift our spirits and our souls, ladies and gentlemen. Let's welcome the Blue Hills Choir on stage.
Saphindeni babo one ngoba izimpilo zabo njoba nibabona zophelelwa olubayo mina nikhulumile ebuqilini seningenile ebuphumuleni mayeni ngoba nibabona okugcina nabenibabona benilandela ngeke nisaphinde nibabo one ngoba izimpilo zabo njoba nibabona zophelelwa mina niphumile ebuqilini seningenile ebuphumuleni ngayekeni ngoba nibabona okugcina siyabonga Nkosi yethu usikhulula esandleni somubi esihlupheka sihlukunyezwa ezweni laseGibhithe siyabonga ukusikhulula kanjena siyabonga Nkosi yethu ukusikhulula esandleni somubi besihlupheka sihlukunyezwa ezweni laseGibhithe siyabonga ukusikhulula kanjena ukuhlupheka kuphelile akushiya nemuGibhithe ahamba nathi yonke indlela akushiya ebuqilini wena Thixo esingabayini ungekho siyabonga ukusikhulula kanjena ukuhlupheka kuphelile awushiya ebuqilini ahamba nathi yonke indlela awushiya ebuqilini wena Thixo besingabayini ungekho siyabonga ukusikhulula kanjena siyabonga ukusikhulula kanjena siyabonga ukusikhulula kanjena
All right, very quickly before they go back, I'm sure you guys are suffering the same problem that I'm suffering. I was looking for the bass. I don't know where the bass was coming from. Underground, out of the window, Anya's le bass coming up. Please, I'm not picking on one person. I'm celebrating that person. Please, Mr. Bassman, come back. I want to discover this bass. I want him to show us where this bass is coming from. Can I publicly declare that you are responsible for the bass?
Yes, you may, sir.
You can see what you guys have caused here today. And everybody was suffering from the same problem of the bass. I'm giving you just 1 minute alone. Mesmerize us, please.
Sizozinqoba izitha zethu ngegama lika Jehova. Sizozinqoba izitha zethu ngegama lika Jehova.
All right, while you're here, please introduce the other members, please, so that we get to know you. Kunabantu abafuna ukunibhuka from tomorrow. So please, while we are celebrating the life and the times of our legend, these are future legends, ladies and gentlemen. Please introduce them.
Well, from Blues College, and the name of the group is His Will Quartet. Yes, I'm Shamtana Mbuyazi, the lead.
I'm Meneli Sinchangase, the first turner.
My name is Snaloi Temba Changase, and I sing second tenor.
My name is Apiwe Zulu and I sing bass.
Abayetenda bezitha Makeba Stuli. Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think somehow we needed that, didn't we? And when you hear it coming from young people, and I know a lot of you think, hey, there was this guy in Boys to Men who had a bass. He used to have a bass. There's the bass. Thank you so much to Blue Hills. Thank you very much indeed. You've inspired an entire room, and I'm sure an entire nation. As we journey on, ladies and gentlemen, let me call upon the SAFA Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Dennis Bumble, who will be reading a few of the condolence messages to all of us. So let's give him a warm welcome, please.
Thank you, Robert. I've got tears in my eyes because I was also looking for that bass. I swear, I really did. To the family of Shoes, Honorable Minister, the President of SAFA, the Vice President of SAFA, MEC for Sport, and the entire family of Shoes Moshoeu, who is here in this room today, in this church today. Everybody has been mentioning and talking about this humility of Shoes, and I think that's resonated with the rest of the world, because the reason why the rest of the world stood up is because a person of his immense talent managed to stay in the background when he was off the field of play, did not trumpet himself, did not talk about himself much, and let the talent speak on the field of play. And that's what was noticed by the rest of the world. So the messages have been coming in from the rest of the world, and I'm not going to read through all of them, otherwise we will be here until Monday. I'm going to read through a few of them because in a way they are brief, but in a way it also will capture what this man was all about. And again, it is no accident that everyone who stood on this podium today talked about his humility. It is the one, other than the talent itself, the quality that actually stood out. When he comes to Safa House to come and register his players, I walked downstairs one day, I saw him sitting there amongst other, the people who were coming to register their players. And I was trying to convince Shoes that, Shoes, please, when you come to Safa House, you come to my office and you bring whatever it is that you have to my office. I'll make sure that we get done what you need to get done. Because in truth, that's how important he was, and the least that we could do was to treat him like the VIP that he was. But Shoes singularly refused to come to my office and said, I'm going to sit there and I'm going to wait because there are other people who came before me. And it's just an example of what he says, because we really needed to do that something special for him, and he refused special treatment. I have a message that is addressed to the South African Football Association, Dr. Danny Jordan, President. It is dated the 22nd of April from Zurich, in memory of John Shoes Moshoeu. Dear President, dear friend, please accept my deepest condolences on hearing the tragic passing of former Bafana Bafana footballer John Shoes Moshoeu. His many contributions to the game will be remembered, especially winning the 1996 Africa Cup of Nations, where he scored 4 goals. We here at FIFA are truly sorry to hear of his loss. On behalf of the international football community, I wish to express my deepest sympathies to his family and loved ones. We would hope that in some way our words of support may help bring a little bit of peace and solace in this time of sadness. Yours sincerely, Joseph S. Blatter, the President of FIFA. The second letter, dated the 24th of April 2015, addressed to the Moshoeu family. It says, Dear Moshoeu family, I'd like to express my heartfelt condolences on behalf of the management, players, staff, and supporters of Kaizer Chiefs over the passing of John Shoes Moshoeu. It's a sad state of affairs to lose somebody like Shoes. He had this immense dedication towards the game of football. Even after retiring, Shoes would always be busy training youngsters in the trade of football. Shoes, after playing in Turkey, returned to Chiefs in 2003, helping the club to 2 league trophies in 2003-2004 season and in the 2004-2005 season. Shoes was also a man who was very health conscious. I think it was said here before. Because of his high fitness levels, he could still play at such a high level when already in his late 30s. Besides being a great player, Shoes was such a nice and modest person. He would also never be in the media for the wrong reasons. We will always remember him as an extremely talented player with excellent ball handling skills and great vision. Please receive my warm and deepened love during your time of bereavement. It is only God the Almighty who heals and restores your broken heart and of those that grew to know the deceased. May He shower you with His abundant grace and mercy as you face this trying time. Our prayers go out to John Shoes Moshoeu's family. Please be comforted by the words of the prophet Isaiah, chapter 40, verse 38. They that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint. May his soul rest in peace. Yours truly, Kaizer Motaung, Executive Chairman of Kaizer Chiefs. And here's another tribute, dated also the 22nd of April, written to Dr. Danny Jordan, President of the South African Football Association. Dear Dr. Jordan, on behalf of Nelson Mandela Children's Fund, we wish to send our condolences to SAFA and the Moshoeu family at the loss of the former Bafana Bafana star, John Shoes Moshoeu. Shoes' legendary status cannot be matched. His legacy will live on in our hearts, and the nation has truly lost one of its greatest sons. With sympathy from Sibongile Komphela, it's the Chief Executive Officer of the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund. I have another message here addressed to Dr. Danny Jordan. It says, Dear President, dated the 22nd of April, Dear Mr. President, I herewith on behalf of the Portuguese Football Federation express you our deepest condolences for the death of the fantastic former captain of the South African national team, John Moshoeu, at the age of 49. Yours faithfully, the President Fernando Gomes, the President of the Portuguese Football Federation. I have, as I said, Director of Ceremonies, Program Director. Sorry, several other messages which I think I'm just going to mention who it is from. There are about 14, 15 messages coming from all around Turkey. From Glenn Kirbiligi, from Kocaeli Sport, from Fenerbahce, and a number of other messages that have come from different teams within Turkey. I think it's just a bit too lengthy in the interest of time for us to go through that, but they are all basically saying and sending the same message. There's also a message from the Botswana Football Association addressed to the President of the South African Football Association, a letter of condolences. The late John Shoes Moshoeu, on behalf of the National Executive Committee, staff and BFA management, we wish to convey our heartfelt and deepest condolences to the family of Mr. John Shoes Moshoeu and South African Football Association family on the sudden and untimely departure of role model and hero Shoes. This came as a shock, and this is a great loss for the football fraternity. May his soul rest in peace. Tebogo Sebejo is the Botswana Football Association president. It's from the Tanzania Football Federation, addressed to the President of the South African Football Association, condolences on the passing of John Lesiba Moshoeu. The Tanzania Football Federation and the entire football family in Tanzania is shocked by the sad news of the passing of South African football legend John Lesiba Shoes Moshoeu. Kindly accept my heartfelt sympathy and condolences of the football family and the football community in Tanzania. Mr. President, we send our hearts out to the family of the deceased, to you and the people of South Africa who have been touched by the death of John Lesiba in one way or another. May the Almighty rest his soul in an eternally peaceful place. Amen. It's from Jamal E. Malinzi, who is the President of the Tanzanian Football Federation. And the last one is a message that I received while I was seated down there, because he was going to be here but unfortunately couldn't make it. He says, CEO, my sincere condolences on the passing on of my dear friend John Shoes Moshoeu. I was going to come, but I am currently in Lusaka. May his soul rest in peace, from Kalusha Bwalya, President of the Zambian Football Association. Those are the messages that, Robert, I think the others will take so much time for us, but you will get exactly how far and John's talent has actually shone and taken him around the world. Thank you.
Well, thanks so much to Mr. Dennis Mumble. And it really does show how far and wide John Shoes Moshoeu was respected and acknowledged as a football player, but also as a humanitarian. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker needs no introduction. He's the chair of the Premier Soccer League and a person who would have many stories to tell, I'm sure, about the legacy and also the times of Shoes. And he was quoted earlier on today as having pleaded.
Program Director, may you grant me permission that I must ask the congregation to stand and sing for me the Kunutu. So I must stretch a little bit, except for the family. House Rena, the Moshoeu family, the Minister of Sport, Deputy Minister, MEC, the President of Football Association of South Africa. May all protocol be observed. Firstly, I want to address myself to Mama Rena. We did not recognize the priceless possession of Mother Mary. It's only today when we understand the impact that Jesus Christ has made. You must be surprised about your son, what he has done, the impact he has made to the rest of us. Because I want to strengthen you, Mama Rena. I know it must have been painful about Buaga now how to sing at the pampiring. I want to say to you today, allow God to be responsible for your record. Allow God to be responsible for the record of Shoes. He must do the ticking. Because he's the only one who knows what is right and wrong. If you are doing anything right, it's going to reward you. If you are doing anything wrong, it's going to punish you. So, because all the time, got something to say. Always part but in 20 born. Listening to everybody today, you must feel strengthened. For that womb, already hero, Hakapa, just touched the rest of the world. Be proud about that, Mamrina, and Moshoeu family. Because of time, I won't say much because Shoes was disciplined, and the Shoes hated hypocrisy. And the Kupile Baruti, Muruti Selane, when he comes on stage, he must read for me Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 1 and 2, 11 and 12. And the rest, Baruti. Standing here, I'm suffering from a burden of leadership. Because there are things I'm supposed to say, some I cannot say. But firstly, I want to thank Karas Pasmo, to thank Brazza, he's here, the bosses of Alexander Blackpool. By the way, Robert, the Blackpool you're talking about, it was my team. I sold the status to the association when I relocated to Soweto because I wanted a professional team in Alexander Township. Young as I was, I went and got the status, Go Ellerin, which is the national first division today. And after I realized that I'm going back to university, I gave it to the association and I was going back to Soweto. Then a year later or two, then they sold the status to colored pass more under Blackpool. So, you're trying your best. I've tried my best also. And also, I want to correct Ndade Makudu that at the time I was supposed to buy Shoes Moshoeu. I just bought 12 players for Pirates, Kike and After as chairman. McFish, Mkelelo, you can name them at that particular time. Here comes the supporters, but in Shoes, Sandro Murek and Tate Koza. Can you show me the money? But you can open a bank account, it was only the World newspaper at the time, not even Soweto. They opened a bank account for the reggae Shoes. In the meantime, I'm engaging Karat Pasmo, Karajia Mukoko, Kotip Tuf. In fact, the price was 250,000 rands then. And that is almost 3 million rands then. Then, after discussion, then I met Tadema Kud in Tadesi Mufmadi. But no, man, the chief is calling us. We must go and see the chief. We got Don Park. Who's the chief? Chris Honey. Oh, Chris Honey. I got to Don Park here. I meet this simple man, animated. Hey, chief, you say this player we must get for my team. Now remember this Chris Honey. He's the one who absconded from NEC meeting of the ANC, Arwa Kula. And Radebe gave him permission to go home to go and rest. In the meantime, I was going to watch Orlando Pirates. Unfortunately for him, TV am capture. The rest, because I won't say anything, the rest of it. Now, sitting in his house, he says, but how can you get this boy, for Pirates? He says, man, I must take money from the Communist Party. Ow. Later on, he realized, no, governors won't allow him. He says, man, let me phone somebody in Lost Richard. He phoned an Indian friend of his in Lost Richard to provide 250,000 rands to buy Shoes Moshoeu for Pirates. Unfortunately, Bantafola. My ex-player, Chincha Kuluva. But I'm happy that Shoes went to establish himself and acquitted himself, and he made every one of us happy, and he made his family happy. I'm grateful for that. I also want to thank Ibra Screamer, because he was a coach of shoes at Alexander Blackpool. But more than that, Screamer was the first one to select shoes for Bafana Bafana when we play against Cameroon. And he was injured because he believed in the man. He was injured. Thank you very much, Brother Screamer. But also I want to thank the association, SAFA. People don't realize how hard it was to run SAFA then. I remember two instances where we had a difficult moment with the players. One in France and one in England. And at that time, the president of the association was a CEO. He was not a happy man. He used a vocabulary that was not nice. I won't repeat it today. Out of frustration because he did not understand at the time. But there was something striking that also, exposed itself in France, where we took a decision that the under-23 was playing in Sweden. They were now in Frankfurt, waiting for a transit, to come to South Africa. We called them from Frankfurt, who they must come and replace all the players, because so as the players were coming in the under-23, Shoes was sleeping opposite my room. His door was always open. Now, Praluk and everybody, Clive, you won't know this. These are the told stories. The man is no more. Then he comes to me, what are these guys looking for? What do you want here? He says, no, they're replacing you guys. You cannot explain to the country there's a toy because everything was settled at home. He says, no, Prives, Roberto Papa, I want to play rule. We're taking this thing serious. Are you serious, this thing, man? But when you getting gamla serious, but when you are serious, when you. And under-20 did not play because Shoes had to appeal to me. I had to go to President Odifa's main press and let's allow them to play because at that time also it was tense because the CEO at that time took no nonsense at that time. But again, it was a question of dealing with personalities because that team was full of personalities. It was the cream of the country, it was top players. And it was surprised when they were going to play that game, they were going to play against Thierry Henry, who was just breaking into the team, and Kelele, who won the World Cup in 1998. It was quite interesting for us. But Mama, I want to say this to all sitting here, especially the players and all of us, that for somebody to be financially successful, there are a few things that he must have. The first one is integrity. Listening to everybody here today, Shoes had integrity. Secondly is discipline. That calls for self-restraint. Shoes had discipline. The third one is hard work. Work more than everybody. Shoes was a hard worker. The fourth one is social skills. Take people along with you. Be modest. Shoes was all these things. The fifth one, have a supporting spouse.
Shall I say it again? Welcome to the field.
I want to win you.
Guys, hold on. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Your phone is ringing. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 and hello Johannesburg. Hey, how's it? Thank you very much. Hi Dudu, I can. How are you doing? Hi, what's up? Oh, is that a fact? They want to go. Shakes Mashaba. Is he on stage right now? Is he on stage right now? Mava, please answer my question. Is he on stage right now?
South Africa is in a mess today of xenophobia because of undertones. You know, one American guy said something interesting to me, talking about people. He says, but why are they talking about people? He says, tell me, is he paying anything for managing his affairs? He says, no. So why now you talk about these affairs? Now, the person who's talking, I understand him to Buang. Perekwana has got one of the best doctors and the best facilities, you know, Perekwana. Now, also, we're not at Wega Mill Park good enough, but Perekwana is one of the best facilities in the Southern Hemisphere. Now, also, I would say, well, now if it's your choice, and you can see shoes, we go office in Mambul, come to my office, no, I want to be in the queue. I'm equal to these people. The man is humble. Jesus Christ had no motor car and no bank account. Now, Mama, I told this story before. Here is this man who did everything in this world. He went to heaven. He met Angel Gabriel, you know, and engaged him, inducted him to say, no, here's the protocol. Whilst he was talking to Angel Gabriel, there was an open copy going past with Michael Jackson and everybody. He says, man, I want to see these people, man. The guy says, listen to me, I'm inducting you. We have earned this. You know. Then he says, go and think about it. The following day, the same thing happens. The car go past again. Marilyn Monroe, Frank Sinatra, Brenda Fassie. He says, man, you know, I was only reading about these people. I want to meet these people, man. The guy says, hey, man, you're in heaven, man. You have earned this. The third day, he said, I'm giving you the last chance. The third day, the same thing happens. Then he sees, he sees all the great stars, the Madibas. But Madiba turned his back. The angel says, hey, man, look here. Are you serious? He says, no, give me a chance. I want to go and talk to Michael Jackson, man. You know, this Frank Sinatra, you know, I've been hearing about him. He says, and I've decided with the instruction about that, we gave you a wish. Underneath him, the trap door opened. He fell down. As he fell down, Satan was waiting for him with a fork and knife. He says, hey, man, what is here? I'm looking for this open cover. He says, no, that was my marketing department. That is PR. Shoes will never fall foul of that. You'll be entering heaven and you'll be understanding that I've served my purpose. This is my rightful place. You won't be looking that side because he was humble, he was measured. For some of us who've watched Shoes play, he dictated terms in the field of play. Shoes represented what we call soccer longevity. Shoes, when you talk about him in the future, is going to be a reference point. I said the other day at Radio Metro that Shoes love football like a friend of ours, my former player, John Moshoeu. Now, Shoes was a coach of this Alexander United, but Shoes sat with his boots next to him being a coach. I remember one game they were playing, the score was 1-0, then there was 1-1. Then he was agitated. Then he decided to go in. Being a coach, he scored a winning goal. That is Shoes for you. But also Shoes had very good friends next to him. There's one man, Mama, I want him to stand up. Because since I knew him from Blackpool up till today, he was always on Shoes' side. Derek Komphela. Can you stand up, Derek? Nto uswana ke yempe mtu. The man is neat, a snake is this man. Now I'm not surprised should I tata hakana. Nza atamali mtaku. Mtaku nza itata mtaku. Usata itata libani. Ngamna. Shoes' life was impactful. Some people live much more years with less impact. You might look at his life as much shorter, yet there is no denying that he had more impact. One day when South Africans put together the Kaizer Chiefs team and Bafana Bafana, teams of all times in those individual positions, Shoes' name would be in both those teams. He gave to football more than he took from it. That makes him a statesman. All of us are a reflection of our formative upbringing. There are a lot of people who lose it when they get fame because they're not grounded. We all remember Shoes for not being excitable. He was grounded, he was committed to his trade. He did not want to be a celebrity that plays football. He understood that his celebrity came from football, which is why when you talk about Shoes, we talk about his longevity in the field of play. Yesterday, the PSL Board of Governors, all 32 teams, spent 5 minutes observing a moment of silence for this great legend of ours. I'm expressing the condolences of all the 32 teams of the Premier Soccer League that they have lost a powerful player in Shoes. And for that, I would like to thank people who brought Shoes up. The strength of character you built in him complemented and added to his talent. Thank you very much, Alsrina. And Nkhono Koko, can't forget it. Shoes is part and will forever stay the significant part of the PSL star power. Doggies, you're one of them. Lukero, you're one of them. Can't forget you, boys. It is because of stars like Shoes and you that people watch PSL football week in and week out. Without star power, people will pursue other interests. Mama Rina, his soul cannot rest his peace, but his soul can repose peacefully. Thank you.
Well, thank you again, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give the chairman another big round of applause, please. I think very inspiring words and words that will always remain with us, especially the stories behind the stories, because we get to hear them firsthand when told by the people involved with the man. Ladies and gentlemen, as we push on with our program, I would like to invite another great, another legend in his own right, who now finds himself with the task of putting our national team in good stead and putting our national team in the forefront of being leaders on the continent and also competing globally. Let's welcome Ephraim Shakes Mashaba.
Ngilubambe ngesandla ngiyongena nalo ekhaya ezulu ukholo lwami ngenyuka nalo Ngilubambe ngesandla ngiyongena nalo ekhaya ezulu ayo matata Hayo matata, hayo mudimu, hayo matata, hayo matata, hayo matata, hayo mudimu. Somewhere in the scriptures we read, let not your hearts be troubled. For I'm your God, I'll look after you. Program director, let me start off by talking to you. I hear you talking about time. Here it is about football. In football, when the match ends up in a draw, 90 minutes, we go for extra time. And extra time, no result, penalty shootout. Penalty shootout, no results, sudden death. And you know, when you get to sudden death, you can repeat and repeat. And there's a postponement as well. If tired players are tired, maybe we rush into the toss of the coin. I've got so much things that I've written down here. Program director, the minister, Dr. Danny Jordan, Dr. Ivan Kosa, the bereaved family, and all the parliamentarians gathered here today. Now let me behave like a politician as well for a change, to avoid stamping on people's toes. You are all protocoled. I think what has brought us here together has been said already. My standing here is going to be two-pronged. I'll never dwell much on what Shoes did. The only thing I want to let you know, this man lived a very clean life. I don't know how do we interpret clean in our different areas. But here's a man who lived a very clean life. Everything that he did, it was him. And he was always striving for success. I just want to read one paragraph for you before I could go on talking. It says, today I wanted to single out a few characteristics which define great people and make them worthy of the description. I want to confine myself to football, the beautiful game, because the adjective can be described as common. There are many great people, so to speak, but greatness is relative. My own understanding of greatness in a person or a football person, as I promise to stick to football, is the qualities a player has, the principle by which he lives, the will to win, the never give up spirit, and the desire to always improve. All of these qualities requires tons of discipline. I use the pronoun he not as a gender-based, but for convenience, because I am aware that there are great men and women football players. This, to me, it's enough to describe Lisiba. I happened to work with Shoes before the national teams, not with him, but against him. I want to attest to some of the things that people have said in this house today. I coached, in my early coaching days, I coached a team was called Valreef Stars, and Lisiba was playing for Giant Blackpool. Under the leadership, as has been indicated, the leadership of the late Mr. Khaled Pasmo, may his soul rest in peace. You know, whenever we go play Blackpool, my plan was around Lisiba. To such an extent, one day I had to kick a bucket of ice because he was mesmerizing my players. And he made it look so simple. He never struggled. He would just take people, zoom, zoom, zoom in the back of the net. As one person has said, Coaches who are mad people. That was the start of me being mad as a coach when we played against Giant Blackpool. The second time we played them, it was when we were in the then Umtata. We were playing the playoffs there. And when I look at the fixture, our second game was against Giant Blackpool. Can you imagine what was going in my head? Nothing else but Shoes Moshoeu. We played that game up to something like 65 minutes, and the score was 0-0. Guess what? Last 3 minutes into 90 minutes, Shoes break through and he scored a goal. All the way from the bench into the dressing room, I told you guys, pick up Shoes, man. Why did you leave Shoes? That's what Shoes was. My second time working close with Shoes, it was when I was assisting the dog there, Clive Barker. You know, I hear we're talking about Shoes being a disciplined player, playing in the football. I termed Shoes a dressing room player. Why I termed him the dressing room player? When Shoes was in the dressing room, there'll be no politics. It was about playing football, and they all understood him. You can ask them, Bo Lucas and everyone. He would say, gents, he likes talking Sotho most of the time. But let me tell you, an intelligent, learned somebody. There will be no problems where Shoes was. Never, never. I forgot to tell you one thing. I'm the boss today, I'm the last speaker. All the boys have spoken. All the boys have spoken. I'm wearing 2 hats here. I'd like to thank Shoes for this temporary promotion I've got. I represent, I want you to listen, I represent the president of the South African Football Association. As I'm standing here, I can assign anybody now. No, not you, Chairman, not you. all of you except the minister there. So this is what I'm enjoying at this point in time. But I think I'm not going to talk too much. We've heard much about Shoes. The whole week we've been listening. My last part, I want to talk to the family. We know that at this time, you and your family and your kids, God has punctured wounds in your body. You're bleeding. What you need to do now, stick to the Bible. Stop thinking about what happened to my son and all that. Brooke Benton said, we've got to die one day. We are all going to die. That is Brooke Benton. We are all got to look at this day. It's going to come in our lives. If anyone's going to live beyond the day that has been put aside for him or her, it's going to be a problem. You'll suffer a lot. We know that Shoes suffered. And we'd like to thank you for one thing. The support you gave our brother from day one up to the last minute of his life. And for that, Mudimu Shebile, God will reward you for that. Don't worry. It's not about materialistic things. Spiritually, God will reward you. When you know you've got problems, you're missing Shoes, there is something that Shoes will say to you when things were going right and not when we're going right. Think about those things. Bring them close to your heart. That will give you solace. You've done it, it's enough. And open up to everyone. You don't know Shoes. You know him as your son. Allow people to come and talk to you about Shoes. You'll get peace in your life. Because yourself, there might be something that you've missed in your son's life. Let people talk to you about your son. Let people tell you what kind of a son you had. With those words, I would like to say to Shoes, and I can hear him saying, I have run the race. I've finished the race. What is left for me is the crown that the righteous one will give to me. I would appreciate if I don't abuse this position, Minister. With those words, I'd say, Shoes, rest in peace. Thank you.
All right, that must have been the shortest extra time and penalty shootout and everything put in one. Thank you so much. Shakes, Mashaba. All right, as we said, we're pushing along, ladies and gentlemen. Let me call upon, obviously, a difficult moment it is, as a family member, to come up and talk about somebody so dear, ladies and gentlemen. And I'd like to call upon the cousin, Ukwena Sitati, to please come on stage. Big round of applause, please.
A message from the family. A son, a father, a brother, an uncle, a caregiver, a teammate, and a coach. We thank God for the time He gave us to spend with you. You are our shoulder to cry on, our safe place to run to when we're in trouble. You're always there to bail us out of our troubles and mischiefs. We may have disappointed you, but we always knew that you'd never give up on us. Selfless, caring, always smiling. You will be dearly missed. Life will never be the same without you. Heaven has indeed gained an angel. We will always love you, and we know that you will be watching over us. Rest in peace, the gracious white feather. You are at peace now. We will always and forever cherish the precious moments and memories shared together.
Again, very measured, selective words. That is the school of John Shoes Moshoeu. You don't have to over-elaborate the point. You get to the point. And I think that's what we got. Kwena, thank you so much. Now we'll break for a quick musical item, because I think we need that sense of upliftment right now, ladies and gentlemen. And let me call upon somebody, again, extremely talented, vocally gifted, to give us a musical item. Let's give a warm welcome to Silo Malete, please.
Oha lipi rimi hile onne
Agenda.
Okay, I want to know this is going to do a crossing after, but like nobody's contacted me. I don't know. Okay, cool. Awesome. Thank you. Bye. Okay, bye-bye. Going. We're going! So grab your... Oh, can I have my headphones?
Oh, going home? Oh, I thought you meant going. Oh, nothing. No crossing.
Yeah, you can go back.
Would have been nice to have been told that.
Yeah. Not happening. Not happening. So you...
Thank you.
You just rush off.
Oh, could you do me a favor?
Yeah?
One quick thing. Could you please pretend we are doing a crossing and take a photo of me?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Do that.
Sorry, it's on video. Just slide it over to photo. Bloody bloody blah blah bloody blah 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 bloody bloody blah 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 Thank you very much. That should be fine.
Okay, awesome. You find time.
We can rap, eh?
Yeah. Help me out.